just beat Giovanni, so... There's a good bit of game left still, though. And only 2 of my Pokemon are at the level I would like them to be. So I'm hoping that Victory Road makes this a little simpler for us. If not, it's going to be a bit of an uphill battle. But I'll do what I can. What? Ryu, what a surprise to see you here. So you're going to the Pokemon League, you collected all the badges too, that's cool. Then I'll whip you, Ryu, as a warm-up for the Pokemon League. Come on! Yeah, sometimes I wonder, Gary. Sometimes I do wonder. Nah, I think that's more of a Thundercats thing. But anyway. Ten level disadvantage. Does it matter? Probably not. Wow, then again, Venusaur is very defensive, so that doesn't really surprise me that much. As long as you don't crit me again, I should be fine. There we go. Go ahead and have him eat the Intimidate, and then I'm just going to annihilate him. Unless that gets through. Wow. Why is that not evolved yet? This is the last battle before we fight you for the final time. What are you trying to say there, Gary? Ironically, Holbein might actually be an answer for this. Especially if it decides to get really angry. Wow. I just realized 2 criticals in a row? Seriously? What? I was just careless, you. That loosened me up. I'm ready for the Pokemon League. You need more practice. But hey, you know that. I'm out of here. Smell ya. Keep walking. For the record, if you couldn't tell from the background, no, I am not using an emulator. This is actually legit. And yes, I finally figured out how to full screen the capture card. I am so happy that they changed it later on, so it's like, hold on, you can't go past here unless you have all the badges. Oh, you have all the badges. Go right ahead. No, wait. Let me do this. Let me do this right. What is your name? What is your quest? What is your favorite color? Okay, go ahead. Sign. Too bad I've already caught one. Chabak! Huh, I haven't actually caught one yet. Also, that is much higher level than I remember it being. This far. Guess I'm so used to the other versions of this game that I completely forgot they are actually kind of buff towards the end. Seriously? Alright. Have it your way. So I mentioned this before, but fun little piece of trivia. In every game, Arbok's chess pattern is different in every game. It's a little attention to detail, but yeah. Too bad Arbok isn't that great. I wish it were better. Fortunately, they got a Cobra Pokemon right much later, but at this point they didn't. Okay, so what are my supplies actually looking like, come to think of it? Not great. How's my money looking? I'm loaded. Yeah, let's go get a few supplies while I'm thinking about it. Of course, I don't have a flyer, so I have to backtrack. I really should have thought of that, but oh well. Had a lot more money than I thought I did. Kind of put myself in the hole once I, more or less gambled all my funds away. It's how, Blastoise has Ice Beam and, Jolteon has Thunderbolt. There's no way to get them otherwise. Which is really lame that Jolteon doesn't learn Thunderbolt in between. It does later, but at this point in the series, it didn't. No, I don't need the bag. Give me many of those as you can. Seriously. Also, fun fact, Hyper Potions are so OP until they nerf them in X and Y. Because you didn't really need anything else until you get like way past level 70. Which sadly I don't really see us doing. Then once I make it through Victory Road, I should have enough money to afford Flamethrower for my Arcanine. So, and I see Brucey getting less action than, actually, I might even want to use Brucey at all in the Elite Four, come to think of it. No, I can't think of if I will. So it's just there for those, for a few annoying normal types. That's about all it's there for. Okay. Come on now. Well, I might as well use these up. Not going to use them otherwise. I think we've actually hit 50 Pokemon now. Nope, we're one short. Once we do... Alright, this is going to be a problem, isn't it? But once we do hit, 50 Pokemon, getting to the 60 is a lot easier because now we have access to the EXP share, which I still found it stupid that they had it blocked off all the way to where you had to capture 50 Pokemon just to get the EXP share. You know, something you should have had in the beginning of the game. I'm sorry, but I think some people missed a mark or two there. Let's not damage the microphone now. And final dungeon of the main game, at least. The Victory Road. There's one in every game. Every game. I count the final stretches as the Victory Road, regardless of what game it is. And the good old boulder puzzles. Who let snakes in here? I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to knock out this Arbok, and then I'll switch around to my highest level party members so I can keep these wild Pokemon away. And then switch No Feed around when it's time to battle. I didn't mean that. GameCube controllers are a little too sensitive. I wasn't even holding down, I was holding left. Okay. Switch in No Feet so we can start training him up. And then I said that would not be that Brucey wouldn't see much action. Looks like I was wrong. I'm actually happy I was. Boom. Of course. And while I could teach No Feet Earthquake, I'm keeping the Earthquake TM for something very specific. Since, as we know, because this is before Generation 5, the TMs break after you use them once. I know that's become the norm again, but at least you can just construct infinite numbers of them. Also, anyone find it funny that my three-headed mole is faster than a horse? Okay, that's going to cost me. That's going to really irritate me. Yep, and I'm mad. Seriously, you can't be doing things like that. I mean, is someone just mad at me now or something? Because that's obviously not supposed to happen. Because magnitude up until now has never dipped below 5. I know I'm taking a chance every time I'm using that move, but whatever. The fact that it's been hitting 4, I think Dig would be better. So aside from the Persian, this girl had a bunch of Pokemon that were weak to No Feet here. There we go. That should kill at this range. Yep. Good. Ow. TMO2 Dragon Claw, eh? Too bad I don't think I have anything that can learn that. Nope. Didn't think so. Sure you want to find that one out? Also, who uses Eradicate this far in the game? Charizard! Turns out I actually have an answer for this. Ah, unless I miss. No! If it's not 100% accurate, it's 50% accurate. Yeah, I didn't think so. Sit down. Alright. And I'm okay with Spike and Holbein getting more levels because they're going to be my main answers for many members of the Elite Four. But the rest of the crew needs to catch up. What's funny is I'm battling on par with these trainers, but the Pokemon League, I believe the lowest level Pokemon is 52. So, yeah, that's going to be an uphill battle. Too bad I don't have a Game Boy Advance Game Shark. I can accelerate this so much more. I had a feeling there's something there. Well, if I have to in an emergency, I have 4 of those now. You know, it made more sense for the escape rope to become a key item instead of a single-use item, because you really don't use them that often. And then in the game, it became a permanent use key item. There were only 2 dungeons in the game. So what was the point? Alright, black belts normally don't carry much money anyway, so I'm just going to have Boogerska deal with this. You know, I actually made sense out of why certain trainer classes don't carry much money. Black belts. What are they really carrying all this money in? The gi? They can only hold so much. And then I explain why swimmers carry like no money. Where are they going to put it? Did he just off himself? No, but almost did. That would have been funny. Realistically, I see everyone getting to at least level 45. I would like them to get to 50, but I don't see that really happening. So, but I've gone into this league under level before, so... Also, why is his attack stat so high? What is Baguska's nature? Naive. So that's plus speed minus special defense. I don't get it. Yeah, if you really think about it, this Victory Road isn't as big as it seems. Compared to some of the Victory Roads later in the series, this one's actually kind of small. Which is why in Gold, Silver, and in Gen 2, rather, as well as its remakes, the Victory Road didn't change much minus the strength puzzles, and all the trainers are in the route leading up to it. Also, if you don't understand the naming convention for some of these Pokemon, I named my Blastoise Holbein after the painter Hans Holbein, because all the Ninja Turtles are also named after famous artists. Geez, no feet. Your magnitudes have been bad today. Five, six, seven. A 5, 6, 7, 8. Switch my Blastoise because I know that Kadabra would annihilate my Dugtrio. But years ago, when I was still a kid, beating Fire Red and Leaf Green, I have fond memories of, because all I did was I just used my starter. And if you do that, your starter will be in the 70s by now. I am not joking. If you battle every single trainer like I have, and just train one Pokemon, it would be in the 70s by now. this guy's a tamer, so he should have a normal types. So I'm just going to have Brucey solo this guy. Unless I get a random encounter. Oh my. Yep, caught it. Most of the time they use normal type Pokemon. Until they decide to use a water type randomly. I believe Tamers fall into the same category as Pokemaniacs. They use mostly Pokemon within the Monster age group, which makes sense. Sorry about that. That sounds like a personal problem to me. Okay. Not really. It's just I've gotten a little spoiled on later victory roads having healers everywhere. Okay. Sure. And a critical for no reason. Huh. So finding the weather TMs here. Found Sandstorm earlier, and I just found, Hail. Hail, yeah. Sadly, Hail was, well, I guess it's more of a good thing if anything these days. Hail has been retired. As of, Scarlet and Violet, Hail no longer exists. It's now Snowfall, which is what it should have been in the first place. George not found. Wait, I found him. Darn it, that doesn't work then. Electrode. Go ahead and explode, by the way. I have seen this happen. While I'm underground or I send out a ghost type, it'll use self-destruct or explosion. Or, you know, I could just one-shot with it, one dig. That works too. Cloyster. I know this seems suicidal, sending in a fire type against a water type, but Cloyster's special defense is very low. So a flame wheel from this thing, from my Arcanine, will hurt. Or destroy it. That just hurt. Ah, no spikes. I should have known. Healing? Wait, that's illegal. NPC trainers aren't supposed to heal unless you're a gym leader or an Elite Four member. At least post Gen 1. Where the best that they did was use a super potion. Wait a minute. Bad idea. Not back in the bag. Okay, I'll take that. Master 5. Can never have too many of those. It really should be Pokemon of the same level and below that Repel should work on. You know, I never thought I'd be taking a Doug Trio all the way to the league. Not that there's anything wrong with Doug Trio, I just find it very amusing that I would do that. Yeah. Overheat? Well, I could do that in an emergency situation. Oof. Well, there's a very big buffed up Pokemon this late into the game. Well, this would be a good litmus test. Okay. Or play it safe and go for Brick Break. High jump kick is too risky. If you miss, I believe you take an eighth of your health as damage. You know, buddy, I highly doubt that. Try me. And here's where you would find Moltres. In the originals in Let's Go, that is. Not in this game. Moltres got moved in this game. And this is why I carry repels in caves. Because the encounter rates are obnoxious. Now, in the Gen 4 games, the encounter rate was worse. It was much higher. Who thought that was a good idea? And it remained that way until the 3DS era Pokemon. And now open away. Okay. I have not battled this cool trainer yet. I often forget that they used to be called that. They're called Ace Trainers now. But back in the day, they were cool trainers. Ah, should have known. Wait, that move was around this far back? I never really saw more of that until Gen 3. Not Gen 3, this is Gen 3, darn it. Gen 5. I'm happy that stored power didn't exist, because then you couldn't use that cheeky strategy. Okay, this is just going to be a Brucey sweep then. If you're not a fairy type yet. Hey, thanks for the extra money. If only it were that easy, right? Ooh, high space special defense. But its physical defense is terrible. Also, lots of experience. Aw, oh, come on! Oh, come on! How close are you, actually? 47 points, are you serious? Ain't that just how it works? Okay. Cookie, cookie, cookie! Oh boy. Well, that was a good prediction. Good thing Jolteons are very fast. Oh, is this guy just a water type trainer? I find it funny that you cannot get Poliwhirl until this far into the game. Because being able to have access to that Jinx earlier would have actually been very, very helpful. I had even considered doing that because I've never done that before. Use a Jinx. Because, yeah, Ice, I know, Ice is not that good of a typing defensively. But it being both a Psychic type as well is actually pretty useful. Yeah, this guy's just a water type trainer. Got it. Okay, now I don't expect to one-shot this, because its special defenses are pretty high. Believe me, I know. Okay, never mind. I think Spike's ready for the Pokemon League. Well, you're modest. Oh yeah, I remember. I think you're a Grass-type trainer. Perfect for this Pokemon training up. Come on now, don't make this too easy for me. Also, did you know that as of Gen 4, Paris and Parasect got significantly worse. Because they're quad weak to fire, they also can potentially have the ability called Dry Skin. Which makes it so you take more damage from fire-type moves. Essentially making Paris and Parasect 6 times weak to fire types. I used to complain that Paris and Parasect got no respect because of that. And then Legends Arceus happened. And they were the most aggressive and persistent Pokemon in the game. And now everyone hates them. With good reason. You know what? You're going to be my 50th. Why not at this point? Ah! Why are you going to do that? Why you gotta be like that? Alright. You say so. Okay, this thing definitely is not holding the thick club, because that would be doing so much more damage. Watch me be wrong, though. Okay, you missed 4 times in a row. Thanks. Well, that's not remotely worth it. Gonna ignore them, because they will battle you. I think this guy teaches you to move. Alright, and now we're at Victory Road. Like I said, the Victory Road in this game is shorter than you might have remembered it. It actually surprised me how much shorter it is. It's definitely shorter than I remember. And we're at the Mecca, folks. The Indigo Plateau. Okay, since we made it, there's a couple more loose ends I can take care of. One loose end is, let's go battle those trainers. As well as get the 50th Pokemon we need. That not being the one. Ah, how fitting. Let's get Holbein and Baguska out here. You're more tanky, so we're gonna hit you with a Psychic. Oh, come on. Ow. Oh. You went after my water type instead of... Okay, Holbein, what are you... What's going on here? Get paralyzed by the Nido Queen and I can't move at all. Lame. Ludicrous. I like you. Okay. That's all the trainers in Victory Road. Honestly, that's every trainer in Kanto that we can't just use the Versus Seeker on. Okay. There's a couple loose ends I still need to do. One of which... So I need to go to Celadon. And no, we're not here to gamble. I have other uses for this. Oh, that's it? Thought I had more than that. Okay. There's Flamethrower. All right. Now. Back here. Okay. Buy some of these, so we'll need them. Okay. Can have this final repel, which we use for the whole game. Just basic repels. Alright. We are underleveled. Severely. But, with enough perseverance, we should be able to do this. Welcome to the Pokemon League. I am Lorelei of the Elite Four. No one can beat me when it comes to icy Pokemon. Freezing moves are powerful. Your Pokemon will be at my mercy when they are frozen solid. Are you ready? Starting off with Lorelei of the Elite Four. Honestly, she was the hardest one for me back in the day. Now, one thing to keep in mind, she is essentially more of a water-type trainer than an ice-type trainer. I knew that would happen. Might as well make her waste them. So it's a two-shot regardless. Cloyster, bad special defense, should be able to one-shot this. What's she planning to do with this? Set up spikes? Because there's no way you're going to outspeed this. Slow, bro. Well, this thing can wall me, so I get this. But the hail is working against you this time. Or I can one-shot it. That works. I knew that Jolteon was strong, but I had no idea it would be this strong. Okay, I can two-shot the Lapras. I always forget about that. I think I'm just out of course. I think I'm just out of the damage range. I'll probably survive at 1 HP. Or not. I could get a critical. Then there's Jinx, which I will switch out for. The only true ice type she has. Let's test that new flamethrower, shall we? Not bad. Okay, that was rather painless. Aside from punching myself in the face against Lapras. Things shouldn't be this way. You're better than I thought. Go on ahead. You only got a taste of the Pokemon League's power. Now, one thing that still astounds me to this day. She's the first one that you fight. And she's going to be one of the toughest fights. The next two are kind of jokes compared to her. I always felt that way, though. I am Bruno of the Elite Four. Through rigorous training, people and Pokemon can become stronger without limit. I've lived and trained with my fighting Pokemon, and that will never change. Ryu, we will grind you down with our superior power. Hoo-ha! Theory time, folks. In the original Pokemon anime, there were tons of theories thrown around about who Ash's father was. One of the best descriptions is Bruno. Here's why. Bruno is a strong trainer, and Ash's father was said to be a rather impressive trainer himself. And the other thing is, his mother, when Ash was training to go to the Pokemon League himself, there was an episode dedicated to Bruno, and he was training up in the mountains, and Delia seemed to know where he was. How would she know where he is, and why would she care? I mean, okay, she would know who he is because he's a famous trainer. But why would she know where he is, and why would she care? So that's where this theory comes into play. The other really good theory is another character that appeared in Pokemon Chronicles. And, yeah. It's still good, though. Okay, I got rid of the Hitmonchan, so Holbein should be able to handle this. Unless you get a critical. Okay, I two-shot the Hitmonlee with, 2 Surfs. Let me go ahead and set this up. Set up the rain so I do more damage. The other character that appeared in Pokemon Chronicles was a character named Silver. Now, no, it's not the Silver you're thinking of. But in a Chronicles episode, Richie meets up with this guy. chasing after a Moltres named Silver, and he seems to know Ash. And it's not like Ash at that point is extremely famous, so how would he know who he is? This is before Ash actually wins a championship. Is it too much of a stretch? I don't think so. Okay, so I'm saying Bruno is a joke and he's kind of wrecking me right now. But then again, considering some of the Pokemon I'm up against, I'm not the least bit surprised. And I'm very underleveled for this. Scary face? Really? Oh, sure, now it hits. Hey. Then one more Onyx for the road. I'm going to make this very ironic. Beaten by one of your own aces. Wouldn't that be funny? Well, it definitely is. My job is done. Go face your next challenge. Okay. I think what I'll do is, I'm going to disperse the rare candies out to two of my lowest level Pokemon. That being No Feet and Baguska. Because the thing is, Brucey on his own can handle a lot of this. Okay. Let's get the squad back up to speed. I am Agatha of the Elite Four. I hear Oaks take a lot of interest in you, child. That old Duff was once tough and handsome, but that was decades ago. He's a shadow of his former self. Now he just wants to fiddle with his Pokedex. He's wrong. Pokemon are for battling. I'll show you how a real trainer battles. And the Ghost type user of the Elite Four are more along the lines of Poison type, but still. And now you're banned from this tournament because you're using Double Team. I'd like you to hit at least once, but +3 evasiveness is very, very bad. Yeah. I may actually lose here. Because she keeps spamming double team, which is illegal. Yeah, I think we're going to lose here. Finally, I hit it, but it doesn't matter now. Well, the only thing I can do is pray at this point. Because now that Gengar's at +6 evasiveness, even if I hit through the confusion, it would be a miracle if this hits. And it missed. Yeah, you're being very toxic right now. Very fitting. Yeah, I think we're going to lose this. Because she sat there and used double team, which is very illegal. So now she's going to heal, so what does it matter what I did? I'll use this at least. I'd also appreciate my Arcanine would quit hitting itself in the face. Yep. Yep. Ain't this fun and interactive? Oh, wait a minute. I literally just face-bombed right now. Because I already have a way, I do have a way out of this. Well, even that has a chance of missing. Well, I think we're boned, folks. If I can get this Gengar out of here, that'd be fantastic, but I don't think that's happening. One way or another. Because it's spam double team, so now I can't... So now all my Pokemon suddenly have Stormtrooper aim. Finally. Jeez. That was so annoying. More irritating than it needed to be. And I just realized how much of a fool I was again. Oh well. That's what happens when you're not paying attention. Dang. Alright, enough of this noise. I am not dealing with this anymore. And now, we cheat. So sans the Citrus Berry, I can two-shot this Gengar. Thunder's too risky. Too inaccurate for how strong it is. Although it does pair up very well with my Blastoise, because my Blastoise has Rain Dance. Okay. Okay. That was more of a struggle than it needed to be. And I also realized my mistake. I was complaining about missing, correct? My Jolteon has Shockwave, which does not miss. So I think I just made things harder for me than I should have. Okay, gotta be careful. I'm running out of healing items. Okay, now I expect this one to be a struggle. More than Agatha. Time for me to battle the master himself. Ah, I've heard about you. I lead the Elite Four. You can call me Lance, the Dragon Trainer. You know that dragons are mythical Pokemon. They're hard to catch and raise, but their powers are superior. All one of them in this game. They're virtually indestructible. There's no being clever with them. Well, are you ready to lose? Your league challenge ends with me. How fitting that he would end up leading the Elite Four. He ends up becoming the champion again. And somehow he levels down 3 years later. You know, high special defense don't mean anything against a 4 times weakness. This is risky, but I gotta take the risk for the bisque. Huh, I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting a Thunderbolt from Dragonair. Okay, we're going to have to make a sacrificial play here. Brucey, unfortunately, I'm not really going to need you that much, so... I need a heals. Nine levels under you, but this is going to be quad damage. Okay. Ah! Why do I keep forgetting about those? Ah, come on. 1 HP. You know what, it's fine. Oh, come on. Should've just gone for the ice beam then. Yeah, I'm running out of healing items. That is not good. Ah! Of course. Wow, I'm faster than your Dragonite? That's actually impressive. Oh, come on! What are the odds of that happening? Alright. Fine. Sure, use that now. Since it doesn't matter. So it seems I'm going into this champion battle with no healing items. So if I actually run out, then we're just going to have to wipe. It's a shame, I know, but I don't have a choice. I still can't believe my dragon's lost to you. You are now the Pokemon League champion. Or you would have been. But you have one more challenge left. There is one more trainer to face. His name is Gary Oak. He beat the Elite Four before you. He is the real Pokemon League champion. I like this one ROM hack I was playing because they were actually nice to me. Because they will heal you in between battles. So we're going in with a not so good group. Let's put it that way. I'm going to potion up these two and then hope for the best. That's all I can do. Hey! I was looking forward to seeing you. My rival should be strong to keep me sharp. While working on my Pokedex, I looked all over for Pokemon. Not only that, I assembled teams that would beat any Pokemon type. And now, I'm the Pokemon League champion. Do you know what that means? I'll tell you. I am the most powerful trainer in the world. Good start for me. I said I would act like I'm battling on set style, but I'm not in this situation. I'm not taking any chances. I'll take it. Now the crits are working in my favor. So all of a sudden, I went from getting crit 3 times in a row from Lance to critting Gary. Twice now. You know what? I'll take it. Alakazam, while powerful, doesn't really have the defenses to back it up. Ah, now we're just throwing crits everywhere, apparently. Okay, he's going to heal. I'm just going to go for a Surf. That doesn't matter, it's not a physical attacker. And it's definitely going out speed. Really? Really? Why? Why would you go and do that? Are you throwing? Okay, as I mentioned, Alakazam's not supposed to be this tanky. What's going on? Hey. Yeah, there's that. Ah, darn it. I had a feeling you'd be faster than me. Yep. Okay, I have one more play up my sleeve, and I don't want to do it, but I have no choice now. Okay, he'll potentially have something to counter. something to counter me, specifically. So I'm just going to wake up a couple of them. Because at this point, the burn's going to take him out. Ah, should have known he had another one up his sleeve. I'm out of healing items. I'm out of options now. Me, if I don't get a critical here, he wins. Hey, ask you shall receive. Okay, we're not beating this thing in speed. This thing most likely has extreme speed, so... My only option is to forcibly slow this thing down. Yep, there's the extreme speed. Yeah, he got me. I don't know what else I can do now. Unless it's not very honorable, but I may have a way out of this. Like I said, there's not a lot of honor in it. Also, don't do what I did and go into this underleveled. It's not a good idea. So I'm out of options now. If this does more than 30, then I'm dead. It definitely did. No! So close. I'm almost out of options entirely. I'm out of surfs anyway. Alright. I was going to let the cards lie this time. So I can restock and be better prepared for this. Yep. Ran out of healing items and out of options. Well, that's what happens when you run out of items. When you're this under-leveled. I'd go and train, but the problem is, what can I train against at this point? I guess I could rematch some trainers, but the way that that works is so strange that it doesn't work half the time. So... This is why I also appreciate later games, because being able to rematch your gym leaders is actually nice. Anytime you want to is actually very nice. So close, though. That Alakazam and Arcanine, there was nothing I could do. And I don't have much money. I can buy 30 of those, 3 of these, and that's It, huh? Well, desperate times call for desperate measures. I'm not going to need those. Making sure we're in the clear this time. Because I've beaten every trainer in Kanto and every trainer in the Seven Islands, so it's not a whole lot I can do. But sometimes this does work. Just whiting out against the League and then keep going back in and leveling up. Okay, let's make another attempt at this. Because we're a little bit closer to the par this time. At least 2 Pokemon are. Okay, attempt number 2 with more supplies this time. So our chances should be better. Provided some ridiculous bad luck doesn't happen again. As well. Higher damage roll that time, huh? Yes. Ice, I believe, is tied for having the highest amount of weaknesses out of any type. Ice is weak to fire, steel, fighting, rock. Fighting, steel, fire, rock. Am I wrong about that? No, I think that's it. So it's not. So it has the second highest amount of weaknesses. The first being grass. Now, I believe I one-shot this Slowbro last time, and it was not a critical. It just happened. Yep. Which is unusual, because Slowbro has a pretty high special defense. Well, now we're on par with Lorelei. But the thing that that ice has, that grass has over ice only resists one type itself. That's it. Because while grass has 5 weaknesses, it resists more types than ice does. That being grass itself and water, I believe. Ah, that's so annoying. At least I don't have to waste full heals for this. That's as accurate as hypnosis, and you've hit it twice in a row. I'm calling hacks. Oh sure, when I'm trying to capture a Pokemon and I use Hypnosis 4 times, I miss. But every time you use Lovely Kiss so far, you haven't. I see how it is, game. I see how it is. I don't like you. I didn't mean to click that. Fine. I guess we're going to do it this way, then. I don't know if you see this right now, but I'm pointing a middle finger to this game. How is a Jinx faster than an Arcanine? Granted, I know it's 9 levels higher, but that shouldn't matter. And that's 4 times you did not miss Lovely Kiss. Okay, there's hacks, and then there's being absurd. 5 times now. Alright, now I'm getting annoyed. Six times! What is this? Alright, I've had enough. Alright, thank you for slowing the Jinx down. Now we have a chance. Of course, there's that. I have never had this much trouble with this Elite Four. I'm learning some things I never knew today. Ah! Oh well, he couldn't move either. Oh, come on. Okay, game. Keep peeing on my Cheerios, why don't you? Thank you. Well, that was far more irritating than it needed to be. Okay, are you going to give me more trouble this time around? Because that seems to be the trend that going forward. Well, I'm faster than a Hitmonchan. That's interesting. Oh, that's why. That's a say. He's going to say. Ah, look at that. It's going full restore now. Hey, can I actually get a hypnosis to hit? No? Probably not. Hey, it actually worked. Thank you for the special defense drop. I needed that. Okay, this time I realized the Hitmonlee has Mega Kick, so I'm going to actually use Blastoise here to set up something. We're going to set the rain. This way, Surf does far more damage. Okay, there's no way that Blastoise is faster than a Machamp, so I'm going to heal now. So that's without a crit, and it does that much damage. Well, that's alarming. Seriously? Oh dear. I had no idea that it knew that. That's very alarming. Wow. A special defense drop would be nice. Two can play this healing game. Ah. So it comes to this. Thank you. Good thing Onix only has an attack stat no higher than Oddish, so the Earthquake doesn't matter. So fun little fact about Bruno, after you beat him and then you talk to him, he'll just face a different direction every time you talk to him. Like currently, if you talk to him from the front, he faces to the right. And it just kind of moves in a circle. So if you talk to him from the right, I believe he'll face backwards. No, he faces forwards. Oh well. So he just doesn't face backwards. Oh well. Okay, this time I'm going in with a strategy. Should outspeed it. Yep. That's cute, because I have a hard counter to that. Never misses. And you're sending a flying type against an electric type. Smart. Also, going into this, any respect that I have for Jolteon has tripled. That didn't do nearly as much as I thought it would. That did, however. As for this Gengar, we're just going to bite it. Oh wait, Haunter. Right. We're just going to bite it. Or not. Ah, someone's using a trapping strategy. Thank you for missing. Seriously now. Hooray! Hoorah! Yeah. Yep. Saw that one coming. And unnecessary critical. Oh well, get out of your system. That's a self. Do not use flamethrower. Yeah. Actually, please poison me. Because then I don't have to worry about hypnosis. Here's the full restore. Since I know what the damage is, output of that is now. Damage roll is about the same. Good to know. Bum 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 ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum. Huh. So funny. I've had the opposite happen. The first member and the last member have been easier, and the middle ones have been harder. It's a first for me. Normally it's the reverse. I always struggle with Lorelei and Lance, but then just sweep straight through Bruno and Agatha. This time I'm faster than you. How? And angrier, apparently. You know, it's a shame we never got a Mega Evolution for Dragonite, because the Mega Stone would have been hilarious. The Dragonite type. Okay, we're in much better shape this time around, because now I'm not sitting on, like, 3 potions. Okay, so hear me out. If it hits through this, which I knew it would, I'm going to hit with the bite, which won't do as much, but it'll get in range for being defeated by an Ice-type move. Even if it does attack itself here. Unless you get a crit. That's always an option. And the reason why I did that was because I knew he would full restore, because this would not defeat it after the Citrus Berry kicked in. That's called thinking ahead, folks. And now just to guarantee a one-shot. Or close. Because Aerodactyl, while a fierce Pokemon, is not very defensive. Alright, so far so good. I didn't mean to talk to you again. Alright, so, before we press forward, let's heal up. Keep Spike out as the lead because his first Pokemon's a Pidgeot, always. Save. So that way if we screw up or get crapped on by critical hits or RNG in any way, then we can just start over from here. To this day, this is still one of my favorite champion battle themes. If not, well, there is another theme that beats it. Another champion theme that beats it, but this is a very, very close second. I'm glad I crit you last time, so because now I understand why. Well, let's see what Shockwave does. Make you waste one of those. On your burb. Da, bum, bum, ba, da, 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 da. You can probably guess what my favorite champion theme is. That would be a game I probably will be able to do later, but maybe I'll save it for then. Just keep that one under your hat. Can I get another beautiful crit? I doubt it, but that would be hilarious if I did. Honestly, I would have kept that for Venusaur as well. Growth actually got buffed in later gens, so I can two-shot it, but here's the Citrus Berry. Okay. Let's bite it. Oh, thanks for the boost. Sure, you can Solar Beam me, but I resist that. Okay, you were an idiot. Thanks. Thanks for the boosted flamethrower. You fool. Not a physical attacker, you know. Gotta stick around. I don't care if you synchronize me. The fact that you're stuck paralyzed for a bit is actually going to help me a lot. And I made you waste one full restore, so... Okay, if I attack through this, then we're golden. Yep, cool. Okay. Now I'm just going to keep Spike around so I can take the future sight for the team. You did your job. I'm proud. Alright. Ha! You missed! Then we win this one. Yep. No, that can't be! You beat me at my best? After all that work to become the league champ? My reign is over already? It's not fair! Yeah, you were champion for all of, what, 5 minutes? Maybe an hour or 2? Why did I lose? I never made any mistake raising my Pokemon. Darn it, you're the new Pokemon League champion. Although I don't like to admit it. So you've won! Sincerely, congratulations! You're the new Pokemon League champion. You've grown up since you first left with Squirtle to work on the Pokedex. Ryu, you have come of age. Gary, I'm disappointed in you. I came when I heard you beat in the Elite Four, but when I got here, you had already lost. Gary, do you understand why you lost? You have forgotten to treat your Pokemon with love and trust. Without them, you will never become a champ again. Ryu, you understand that your victory was not just your own doing. The bond you share with your Pokemon is marvelous. Come with me. Congratulations, Ryu. This floor is the Pokemon Hall of Fame. Pokemon League champions are honored for their exploits here. Their Pokemon are also recorded in the Hall of Fame. Ryu, you have worked so hard to become the new League champion. Congratulations, Ryu. You and your Pokemon are Hall of Famers. Severely underleveled, and it took 2 tries. And a lot of potions. But we made it. So while this plays, honestly one of my favorite end credits in the series, especially with the music, I'll be right back. And they say that Gary Oak's maturity level went up significantly after this loss. Anyway, yes, I'm back. Okay, so with the main plot beaten, there is actually post-game. However, we need to capture 11 more Pokemon. And one somehow, yeah, really. Okay, there's a hint, by the way. Sadly, I have to go to the next town just to get some... Oh yeah, you also get to fill in some more Fame Checker things after being the Pokemon League. They actually say something. Wrong, sir. It is now called Professor Oak's Pokemon Talk. And then, once you actually fill up, I don't know if we filled up Professor Oak's or not. No. There's a few things here and there that I've yet to fill up. Well, you'll learn a few things. So this service is completely optional. All it does is raise your friendship level. Which, you know. And yeah, some of the bookcases and the Pokemon Center bookcases will now start saying stuff about specific characters. Oh yes, another thing that starts happening. After beating the main story, based on which starter you've picked, which in my case I chose Squirtle, one of the legendary beasts will start randomly roaming throughout Kanto. In this case, it would be Raikou for me. If you choose Charmander, it's Suicune, and if you choose Bulbasaur, it's Entei. Now, obviously, catching them is completely optional. You don't have to. But because it's so tedious to find them, if you happen to run across them, this is why I recommended that you save your Master Ball. However, in this case, we will be using the Master Ball for something very specific because, as you can see by my going live notification, this is part one of a big project. That is because there is a project that I'm currently making with this, starting here. So, missing the birds and missing the beasts really doesn't bother me. And there's your hint as to what I'm up to. Okay, so we'll go ahead in here. So I can go and capture just one Pokemon so then we can start trucking things along, finally. I will rematch some trainers just to get some experience, because once we get the XP share, then evolving Pokemon also counts towards Pokédex completion. We need to have captured 60 Pokemon. And unfortunately, that's not a good place to start. Because I believe I already have Geodude and Graveler. I already have Machoke too. I just need to find an Onix or a Marowak. And that will do. And that's not helpful either. Okay. I guess we're going to have to do it this way then. Wait, I already sold my pals. Darn it, I forgot. Now, fun fact about Victory Road. I believe that's how this works. After you clear it, the puzzles will be permanently solved. So the ways will always be open. I'm not 100% sure about that, but I think... Nope. Never mind. The pathways remain blocked. You would think they would do that. Because it's like... What are you coming back through here for? After that. Okay. So there's 50 Pokemon. Fine, I'll use one of my 1001 escape ropes to get out of here. Because encounter rates are obnoxious. Okay. Now then. If I recall correctly, I think you get the experience share in Fuchsia City. Now, this item was actually different in Gen 1. It was called the EXP All. And it essentially acted like the EXP share does today, sort of. What it does is, in reality, it actually divides all the experience for all the Pokemon to get evenly. So, if you knock out a Pokemon that's worth 60 experience points, every Pokemon just gets 10. I'm happy that they rectified that later. Because my word. Okay. Again, why was this locked this far into the game? That is so stupid. Like, why would you do that? Okay, so... I'm going to box, Holbein and Spike just because they're my highest level Pokemon, and the rest of the group needs training anyway. Badly. That's not even an understatement. Okay, you just need one level, and you evolve. You just need one level, I think. A lot of them don't evolve again for a while, so... Well, there is one Pokemon I've been neglecting to capture. Actually, I have a better idea for this Pokemon in particular. So, folks, we're going to go get ripped off. Why? Because that's 2 more Pokemon in our Pokedex. So there's 51. Fun fact, despite the fact that that costs 500 Pokédollars, that is considered a gift Pokemon. I have a very cool idea for a specific Nuzlocke on certain games, in which it's called Present Lock. What that means is you cannot capture any Pokemon, and all Pokemon that you use you can only use gift Pokemon. I know that sounds miserable, but that's how that works. One of the best games to do this on is X and Y, as well as Sun and Moon. Not Sun and Moon, Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Those are the best ones to do it for. Okay, so because this is going to take a while, he could, I don't know, take this level 5 Magikarp off my hands for a while. And then we're going to hoof it to a location where we haven't been to yet. So we can actually capture some more Pokemon. See, I have a plan. It's not just training, but the training is part of it. Okay. Okay, what's a good spot? This would be good. Oh, you're still weak? You'd think some of these trainers would be more of a challenge. If you're going out of your way to rebattle them, you would think they would be at least a little stronger. So here's my thing on Fire Red here. I do not consider it done, completed until we capture Mewtwo. Did I never battle this trainer? Huh. Interesting. That explains why you had the 2 exclamation points and continue facing this direction. I know there's a rematch with the Pokemon League, but after that abysmal showing, I don't really think I should go through that again. I kind of just want to move on to the next thing if we have time. I find it amazing that I never battled this trainer. I thought it was pretty darn thorough. Ah well. I guess you live and you learn, huh? So the Versus Seeker, you can't spam use it? Right. You cannot spam use it. Because how it works is it has a battery that recharges every 100 steps you take. Bit weird. Let's get Holbein out because I need to be able to surf, darn it. And the reason why I'm not flying everywhere is because every step taken is 1 experience point for that Magikarp. If we can get that Magikarp at least close to level 20, that's another Pokemon in our bank. Kind of think, have I caught Tentacool? I don't believe I did. Anyway, there's an optional trainer here. My Pokemons, let me show them to you. Yes, Master. I just had to throw the Ecor in there. Okay, the area we have not been to yet is this power plant. Now, there are a lot of new Pokemon here that we've never been able to get until now. And I also realized that we don't have our set battlers for these occasions. Now, normally you would come here to find Zapdos. We're not going to do that. I just use weak moves like Rock Smash. That shouldn't be too much. Okay, that's 52 Pokemon? Yes. Okay. Okay, now this is before Gen 6, so Steel still resists Dark. Perfect. $53. Now, on rare occasions, you can find... Yeah, there we go. Okay, so, sans one other Pokemon, this would be every Pokemon that you could find in the power plant. But I'm not going to stick around and try to find that last Pokemon because of its very low encounter rate. Yes, lower than Magneton's. Yeah, I forgot Bukuska. I really should have remembered to bring it with me while doing this. Oh well. If I run out of Ultra Balls here, though, that's going to be a problem. Thank you. See, we're at 54 already. So it's not impossible, it's just tedious, more tedious than it needs to be. And this is why I kind of ignored the power plant for so long. Also, I want to point out something about the power plant. Throughout the 3 appearances that it had while it was abandoned, it has had a different theme every time. The original theme that it had was the Team Rocket headquarters. But what they did was they made it so only dungeons involved with Team Rocket have that theme now. In this game, it was... well, never mind. Okay. Remember when I said there was a Pokemon with a lower encounter rate than Magneton? Well, there it is. shoot. This is a problem. Hey, you know, stun spore. That's actually nice. Wow, that did nothing. I guess I did kind of forget that Venonat and Venomoth also learn Leech Life, but Leech Life is so weak that it really just does not matter. I'll wall it off with no feet. Only have 4 Ultra Balls, better make them count. Nah. I'm afraid to attack it with anything else because I might kill it accidentally. But I may end up having to because I'm running out of Pokeballs. Yeah, this is my last Ultra Ball. If this fails, I'm just going to knock it out. Thank you. Okay. I was not expecting to find that. That was a welcome surprise. Also, I realized another thing why I never needed escape ropes. Because that's the thing. Okay, I need to buy some Pokeballs. Actually, come to think of it, can I actually buy the new Pokeballs on 2 Island while I'm thinking about it? You just have Ultra Balls. Well, that's still helpful. There was a hack that I was playing earlier that goes to the Sevi Islands, but they put an NPC sailor that you can talk to that'll take you straight back to Vermilion, because apparently there's a bug in the game that keeps you from traveling back. Hey, I know very little about game programming, but I know for a fact that it can be very difficult. Okay, so if there's one more Pokemon we can find in the power plant. So I'm grabbing Baguska so we can actually do something about it this time. And hopefully it doesn't explode on me, hint hint. So yeah, I was not expecting to run the Electabuzz there. Its encounter rate is lower than Magneton and Electrode. I think it's like a 5% or lower encounter rate, whereas Magneton and Electrode have like a 10% encounter rate. Okay, I already caught Tentacool. Too bad the water routes are mostly useless, because they're always the same Pokemon. Unless I just run into an Electrode normally, though. Okay, I forgot that that was in here. Also, this might seem like suicide, but bring in a Pokemon like Psyduck or Golduck, or even Quagsire if you can find it later on, to capture Electrode. Reason being is that they have Damp. Damp makes it so no matter what, a Pokemon in the battlefield cannot explode. Okay, so the power plant turned out to be very fruitful. I completely forgot the Pikachu was obtainable here. Electrode. Okay, that's every Pokemon except one that I can capture in the power plant. Alright, no feet, get me out of here. Okay. I know one area where we can get a lot of trainers to rematch. Four on my radar. That will do. I love how they start jumping for joy when they want to rematch you. Oh, come on. Oh yeah, that's another thing I can do. I have a Gloom. One thing that always bothered me, the official pronunciation of this Pokemon is Pidgeot. Pidgeot. Excuse me? Oh! I wasn't expecting that. All the other rematch trainers have been complete and utter waste of time and pushovers. You're not very nice. I'm faster, so it's going to use Whirlwind again. No? How is a Hypno 3 levels below you faster? Okay. Unless you miss. I do not think if they go off screen, then again, if you change routes, I think they will not rebattle you, though. Yeah. Just one? Really? Well, that's disappointing. See, that's about what I expected, not the level 49 Pokemon. Although, I will keep that trainer in mind. Hey, free money. I think this is... If I get this Venonat to evolve, because all it needs is one level, I think that brings us up to 58 Pokemon. So, yeah, we hit this goal a lot faster than I thought we would. Oh, come on! That's just not right. Oh. I haven't caught that yet. It is going to be very important to me for future purposes. Might as well just start chucking balls at this point, because seriously. Okay, so maybe we may not have needed... Well, yeah, we needed the Magikarp, but we may not need to evolve it. Yes, that's 59 Pokemon. I have a way to get to... I have one of two easy ways to get to 60. One is just KO one Pokemon and get this Venonat to evolve. Another one is I have a Gloom in my PC and a way to buy Leaf Stones. So I guess, yeah, I guess we didn't need to get the Magikarp then. And there we go, 60 Pokemon registered in the Pokédex. On the road to Viridian City. Actually, I don't really need to go here. I'm gonna fly back to Pallet Town and then speak to Oak. Ah, now this is excellent. Ryu, I have another important favor to ask of you. I need you to listen closely. Recently, there have been sightings of many rare Pokemon species. I'm talking about Pokemon that have never been seen in Kanto. I would love to go see things for myself, but I'm much too old. Since I can't do it, Ryu, I'd like you to go in my place. You know what's funny? Professor Oak is only 50. Hey, I heard that. Gramps, what's with favoring Ryu over me all the time? I went and collected more Pokemon and faster, too. You should just let me handle everything. I know. Of course I need your help, too. Now, I need to see both your Pokedexes. And that's done. Now these units can record data on a lot more Pokemon. Now, Ryu and Gary. This time, you really must work towards filling your Pokedexes. I urge you to make them the best and most complete of all time. Truly, this is a monumentally great undertaking in Pokemon history. Gramps, calm down. Don't get so excited. I'll get the Pokedex completed. Don't you worry about a thing. I think I'll try looking around one island first. Anyway, I'm out of here. At least he dropped the smell you later. Okay, there's a few things I want to point out now. As I mentioned earlier, go into Pokemon centers and start talking to the bookshelves, because you'll actually get some information now. Yeah, that one's not one of them. Sometimes they're bookshelves in homes too. Yeah, that's a little tedious, more tedious than it should be. I think that one doesn't show up until after you do the post-game stuff. So, that being said, our first clue is to head towards the Sevi Islands. Where I keep the Pidgey in my party, and then just leave Spike behind. Since it's my highest level Pokemon. Or maybe I won't. Oh, is that right? You've caught more Pokemon? Do you know what? Maybe I could be more useful to you. I'm modifying the network machine right now. I'm changing it so it can handle trades over long distances. When I get finished, you'll be trading for exotic Pokemon from trainers far away. But there is a slight catch. For the link to work, the machine needs a special gemstone. It's supposed to be one on... There's supposed to be one on one island. But I haven't found one yet. Who knows where it could be? Wait a minute, before I get too carried away. One island doesn't have a Pokemart. I think 2 and 3 Island technically do. 2 Island has a couple more things, though. As you progress in the story, as well as the post-games plotline, the second island market actually starts expanding a bit. Buy this for later. You're going to need it. And thus begins the trend of the Rage Candy Bar. Too bad the first 3 Sevii Islands really don't serve much of a purpose after you deal with the biker gang and Lustal. I'll buy some of these because I'm going to need them. Because now we can actually make use of them. And if I happen to come across something I like. Now, I will point out something. I have had the highest amount of shiny luck when it comes to this game's post-game. I don't know why, but for some reason I do. One of these has a bookshelf that has a Pokemon journal in it. I think. Might just be in the center. Nope. Okay, I am going to get rid of the Venomoth and bring back into the fold Arceus. So then we can actually start doing some things. You can also get another piece of Bruno information here. There'll be a black belt here that was not here before. It'll tell you something about Bruno. Which makes sense. You know how relaxing a soak in hot water actually is. So your clue is, they don't really tell you where to go. They just said there was one on one island. But remember those grunts that were just standing here? Well, now they actually there's a hole in the wall. Any treasure we find, we haul back to the warehouse, understood? Oh, and what are the passwords at the rocket warehouse, I mean? What? You forgot the password? There are actually 2. The first one's Goldine Needlog, and the second one is... Hey, this Simp's been listening in. You've been eavesdropping on us, haven't you? Seems Team Rocket is still at large, even though we've defeated Giovanni and disbanded Team Rocket. Interesting. Huh? What? So, this begins a trend of Johto Pokemon starting to make an appearance in the post-game. I'm going to tell you ahead of time, most of them are not going to be worth your time because Gen 2 did not have the best roster of Pokemon. This is no exception. Here in Mount Ember, you will find, in this deeper part of Mount Ember, you will find Slugma. Slugma is not a particularly good fire type. It is very slow and has bad special defenses. It evolves into Magcargo at level 37, and unfortunately it gains a rock typing, meaning it is 4 times weak to both ground and water. Making it not that good. It just saddens me as to how mediocre Gen 2 Pokemon were. And I'm happy that we're at a point now where most of them have been dealt with or fixed. I believe the exceptions still are the unknown. And I really wish they would do something else with the Natu Zatu line. Develop amnesia conveniently and forget everything you heard. What a self-back. We'll have to regroup. You, don't even think about taking a step inside here. If you know what's good for you, don't even think about this. Yeah, we're not going to listen to them. Wah, 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 wah. Oh, boulder puzzles. How I loathe thee. At least these ones aren't as obnoxious as they are in the Gen 3 games. I know this is a Gen 3 game, but it's not... doesn't take place in the Gen 3 area. Okay, that way to the right leads to way out. And then for some reason, this is all just written in Braille. Like, yeah, visual Braille. You know, great idea. Anyway. Let me give you a translation. Because I'm that nice of a person. According to this, it says, everything has meaning. Existence has meaning. Being alive has meaning. Have dreams, use power. That's what that translates to. Again, visual Braille. What a great idea for a video game, huh? Well, get used to seeing that. Also, there's a ruby. Okay? Guess what the other gemstone is? Go on, guess. That's... Thank you, Ryu. You're simply amazing. May I ask one more giant favor of you? While I was studying gemstones, I discovered something important. There is another gem that forms a pair with this ruby. That other gemstone is supposed to be in the Sevi Islands. Ryu, please, I need you to go find the other gem. Ryu, may I have your fairy pass and town map? This is my own fairy pass. It will let you get to all the Sevi Islands. Ryu, please, I can't do it without your help. So we're going to be as straightforward as possible with this. So the rest of the game opens up to you at this point. Also, I want to point out something amazing, by the way, about the Sevi Islands. Listen to the music once we get to 4 Island. Well, aside from him. Anyway. Yep. Welcome to Azalea Town, folks. From Gen 2. Also, here's the official daycare, the breeding daycare. There's also a bit of an Easter egg with that. Lorelei adds an extra doll to her collection every, 25 victories of the Elite Four. So she was a Grand Festival champion, eh? Huh. So yes, this is where Lorelei is from. Which makes sense because her anime tie-in, the episode where she appeared in the anime, she appeared on the Orange Islands. She was known as Prima, which is her Japanese name. So, if you ever wonder what that was about, there's your answer. Alright. Am I going to have to do another HM for Blastoise? Fortunately, I know where the mood deleter is. Oh look, ice puzzles! Yay! My favorite! Yay! Can't you tell how elated I am by my sarcasm levels? Fortunately, this one's actually pretty simple. Also, that item's not worth it. It's just a never melt ice. Which, why would that be this far in the game? See, that makes sense. Oh yes, another thing is, if for some reason you did not get the Lapras from Sylph Company, or you would like a reroll because maybe you got a bad nature, this is where you do it. This is where you can find Lapras. However, they have a 5% encounter rate, so good luck with that. Keep your filthy hands off the Pokemon in the cave. Do as I say or have me to answer to. Ah, shut it, lady, and leave us be. Don't let your glasses get all steamed up. Ryu, what are you doing here? No, we can catch up later. Right now I need your help. Help me kick these poachers out before they can do anything else. They've been catching Pokemon here, then selling them off. Are you ready? Take that one, please. What? Who says we can't do what we want with the Pokemon we catch? So despicably weak. You, tell me! Tell me! Where have you taken the captured Pokemon? I'm smashing your ring once and for all. No way, I'm not telling you that. If you won't confess, we'll deep freeze you. My Lapras is furious for what you've done to its friends. Go, Lapras. Ice Beam. So, she's also not above blasting fools with her Pokemon, huh? Sweat Drop? Ah, okay, I'll talk. The Pokemon are in the Rocker Warehouse on 5 Island. There, I said it. We'll be going now. But I doubt you'll ever make it into the Rocker Warehouse. But this is awful. I was born and raised here on these islands. I had no idea that those horrible criminals were loose here. She is the only Elite Four member outside of the Gen 2 games that actually does something. She actually does something in Let's Go as well. She's the only one who does anything, which is strange. And then somehow she magically got here before you did. Okay. So the clue is to go to 5 Island. But the problem is, we need 2 passwords, they said. So, naturally, you go to 6 Island. And again, I'm going to clear map. I think we have one more blue Gary encounter, though. Yeah, he's in the center. Hey Reem, ask your Pokédex. This looks like it's impossible to get all the Pokemon by hanging around just these parts. Maybe there are Pokemon we don't know about somewhere far away. Well, if I can't do it, there's no way for you to get it done. I'm not going to get all desperate over this. I'll keep collecting Pokemon at my own pace while I train them. That's what I'll do, so there's no point staying here. I may as well leave for home. That's that then. Smell you later. He hasn't changed, folks. I lied. So yes, I'm going to heal here. No Pokemon Journal. Okay. Now, yes, again, listen closely. Welcome to Johto, without actually going to Johto. Centric. For a moment there, I thought that was shiny. I actually would have freaked out if that happened. But thank you, bad aliasing. Da 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 da. One theme I never get tired of. This is one of them. The Lake of Rage theme. I think you're on them, buddy. Get your eyes checked. Well, I guess if I needed some training, here we are. I theorize as to what the Pokemon egg that Blue hatched was. His ace changes from his starter to a Tyranitar. Tyranitar, I don't think you can really find Larvitar on the Sevi Islands. Which means that that was his egg. How's that some food for thought, huh? Now, I am not joking. I actually ran into a full odd shiny here. It was a Meryl, which unfortunately, I'm not friends with this person anymore. But he released it and saved my game. I think you understand why I'm not friends with him anymore. There may be an extra video later on, though, of me actually defeating the Pokemon League the second time for the rematch. Because it's going to require me a lot of grinding off screen. And we don't have a lot of time to do that. Plus, I'm going to be doing something else with this game in the background. And this track is just called the Sevi Islands. This plays in all routes of the Sevi Islands post, I think, the 6th. How dare you disguise yourself as an NPC? Which makes sense, because starting with 5 Island, all the routes have this theme. There's a few more snippets I'll talk about, too, once we get there. Get him, Brucey. I was supposed to go the other way. Well, good to know. I always get confused about this area. Since that encounter with that Meryl happened, I have never had another full odds Gen 3 shiny. It makes me sad. Now this was when it was still 1 in 8,000 chance of you finding one. They've since nerfed it. I think it's like a 1 in 4,000 something chance now. That's still high, though. That's still not high. That's still low, though. But as of Gen 4, they changed it to where it's 1 in 4,000 some chance. I think it's 4,096. Still low, but it's more likely to happen. That's why if you ever play any of the Gen 4 onwards, I think it was Gen 5 when they did that, actually. So, a Gen 5 onwards game, and you find a shiny. I mean, it's still very lucky, but the luck was more in your favor. Let's put it that way. Nah, I think I'll keep strength. Does almost the same thing. Okay, so what you do here is you come to this door and use cut. And that opens the way. This is such a weird place. The dotted hole. Like, why? Okay, that says up. I believe that's left. Yes. Right. And finally, down. And there's the gemstone we were looking for. Of course it's a sapphire. What else would it have been? I guessed right. I was right in tailing you. I knew that there was a sapphire here, so it belongs to me. I'll sell it to Team Rocket for serious money. Don't glare at me like that. If you want it back, why don't you go get it after I sell it? I'll even tell you one of the passwords to Team Rocket's hideout. The warehouse password I know is yes nah chancy. I'm done. Don't think badly of me. Okay, so the translation for this one, again because I'm a nice guy, says, let the two glittering stones, one in red, one in blue, connect the past. Two friends sharing power. Sharing power. Open a window to a new world that glows. The next world waits for you. How very vague. Now we can go to Seven Island if we want to, but I'm just going to explain what Seven Island has. It's literally just, it's called the Trainer Tower. It's essentially the battle tower of this game, and then it has the Tenobi Ruins, which is just the place where the unknown are in this game. However, this game, I believe, is the one that introduced us to two new unknown forms. The exclamation point and the question mark. However, later games made it easier to get. They only have, however, those forms only have a 5% encounter rate for whatever reason. Level 48 Rattata. What are you doing with your life? Why, yes it is. Team Rocket. Up to no good still. Sign. Ah, the first female rocket grunt I've seen in this game. And they wait until the post-game to introduce them. Strange. Come on, No Feet. What's that about? Good thing Stockpile doesn't do what it does later. In which it raises the user's physical and special defense by 1 level each. That's exactly what brings me here. Got it memorized. I had to. Did you know there's a lot of subtlety to coughing and wheezing whenever they have voice acting? Whenever coughing has voices, it's almost as if you are coughing yourself. You go, coughing! And then wheezing, again, it sounds like you are wheezing. So you do a little inhale speaking, go wheezing. Okay. Till I get inside, you're going to sit in the front of the party. It's an item over here. The max version. Sure. Why not? But yeah, my tip to you is come through all the 7 islands as well. Talk to every NPC you can and check every bookcase because you'll find some new information. Like I said, the fame checker doesn't really do much. It's kind of like a small little achievement. Here we go again with Team Rocket. Okay, I will admit, the floor tile puzzle in this is so much more frustrating than it was before. Also, if you pay attention here, the Pokemon are locked in these cages. Those are actually cages. And I should tell you everything you need to know about Team Rocket at this point. But there's a little more to it than that. I'm gonna go with no. How's that sound? Nah, I was in the neighborhood. Thought I'd drop in and say hello. We're gonna ask you, you know, how are the kids that you kidnapped doing? Yes, that's what this warehouse was originally used for in the lore of Pokemon. So yes, Team Rocket grunts are actually child soldiers. How's that for a kick in the head? Oh. Seriously? Alright. I gotta get this item ball then. Take some precise walking. There's Sludge Bomb. Well, I mean, it's a post-game item anyway. Swagger is a double-edged sword. What it does is, as you saw, it raises your opponent's attack stat by 2 levels but confuses them. It's a double-edged sword because it raises your opponent's stats by attack stat by 2 levels. But confusion is a typeless physical move that obviously does more damage if you use a move like Swagger. That, and I love it whenever you see the one video where if Pokemon moves were more realistic, Slaking used Swagger. It just sits back, puts on some sunglasses, and plays some awesome music. I don't know or care if what I'm doing is right or wrong. I just put my faith in Giovanni and do as I am told. Now, this is not outright stated. Team Rocket admin. This is believed to be Ariana, one of the leaders of Team Rocket during the Johto games. She's promoted to executive because there was no one left. And it was stated that she was one of Giovanni's right hands. Well, I would say she was more like his left hand, and the guy up ahead is his right hand. That, and it's also stated that this might be Silver's mother, the rival character from Gen 2. He is stated to be Giovanni's son, but it's not stated who his mother was. And I theorize that this female admin, who is actually Ariana, is indeed his mother. Because, let's look at the facts. She has red hair and seems to be close to Giovanni. Kinda writes itself, doesn't it? This is why I am one of the masters of headcanons. But anyway. And of course, if you're, you know, that close to the boss, of course your rank would be very high. Did you steal this Arbok from Agatha? You're doing things according to your beliefs and morals. I understand now. I've made it so you can come back in through here. Why don't you go get rested and refreshed for what lies ahead? The admin after me outranks me thoroughly as a trainer. You better steel yourself for one harsh challenge. This is another example of a character that's not outright stated who it is. But that is a male admin. And my theory is this is Archer, the male admin. Because, as I mentioned, his left hand would be Ariana, Giovanni's right hand would be Archer. It's why Archer was in charge of the program in an attempt to revive Team Rocket. That's quite enough of you playing the hero, kid. Spreading lies about how Team Rocket has disbanded, it's such an obvious attempt to cause confusion in our ranks. Fortunately, we're not so ignorant to fall for the lies of a child. And now, I'll show you how scary an angry adult can be. And then this being the male admin is, as I mentioned, is theorized to be Archer. The head of the Johto program in, well, the Johto games. So much so that he made an appearance in the Let's Go games. As well, Giovanni's right hand. And he's scheming to do something in the future. And I'll show you exactly what I mean after I beat him. Ooh. And he has this same squad whenever you fight him in Johto. Well, minus the Golbat. But he has this Houndoom, a Houndour, and that Weezing. Man, you really needed to learn Earthquake. Too bad you don't learn until level 51. You were too strong. That's Giovanni's badge. So it's true? Team Rocket has disbanded? We will abandon this warehouse. But don't think this is over. I won't let this be the end. I will find Giovanni and I will resurrect Team Rocket. I will. Until then, farewell. So, there's something you need to know here. That computer that he was staring at. A report with graphs and text is on the PC monitor. The influence of magnetic waves on Pokemon evolution. There's a hint to what they're going to do later. It's all here. And because of that experiment taking place in Johto, we know exactly who these two are. As I mentioned, they were Ariana and Archer. And there's a little piece of lore for you. There's also more Team Rocket lore up ahead as well. With the scientist that stole the sapphire from you. I almost managed to sell the sapphire for huge money. Then you just had to come along and blow the whole deal apart. There's no forgiveness for you. Nine. Overkill. Seven. Hiya! Darn, darn, darn! If I can't sell it, it's worthless. Go ahead and take it. What do you want now? Go on, get lost. Leave me be. Now, he actually has some very interesting dialogue if you leave and come back. He actually doesn't leave here, which is interesting. All the Rocket members left, but he remains. What do you... Oh, he doesn't say it now. He'll probably say it after we do something interesting. Okay, so while I'm here on 5 Island, I'm going to do a couple quick little things. Remember when I said to hang on to that, get a lemonade and hang on to it? Well, here's what that's for. Down here is a little area called the Memorial Pillar. Now I'm going to have to battle some trainers, unfortunately, but, you know. Okay, so that first guy you pretty much have to battle, but the others you really don't. I don't mean to talk to him again. I believe that is Iron Tail, I want to say? Facade. Okay. Not a bad move. Then come down here and get a metal coat. Okay, to the north, I will just get this out of the way. There is an egg that you can get, and it's just Togepi, as usual. But unfortunately, this is Gen 3. This is before Togepi got good. Because, unfortunately, Togepi is not worth it. But I'm going to go up here anyway because there's actually a very cool dungeon. Provided I don't have a lot of trainers I have to fight. Because again, I want to save them for off-screen. Come on, turn the other way. Okay. This dungeon is called the Lost Cave. This is a very bizarre place. Because if you go in the wrong direction, you'll just end up back here. You'd almost think it'd have Sturdy since it survived with that much health. But Sturdy doesn't work that way prior to Gen 5. Didn't mean to do that. Well, that's annoying. I didn't even want to battle you, but I forgot that you were actually a trainer. Now, there's one more place I want to point out in the Seppi Islands before we go after Mewtwo. So if you go in the wrong place, you'll just end up back here. So here's a little tip. Pay attention to the number of rocks in the room. That is the direction you're supposed to go. So there's 3 in this room. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 in this one. And they're based on clock positions. So 12 o'clock. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 o'clock. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 o'clock again. 3 o'clock. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 9 o'clock. 6 o'clock. 3 o'clock. And 12 o'clock. And then you unlock this little side plot with Lady Selfie. Yes, her name is Selfie. She's very affluent. But if you show her a Pokemon that she desires, she will either give you, I believe, a Nugget, Star Piece, or a Luxury Ball. After you rescue her from this area. Okay. And the final place that I want to point out is back on 6 Island, I believe. Okay, nothing. Ah! Just trying not to battle her. Oh well. Also, how does this work? Doug Trio drowned. This was back when Charge had no secondary effect. All it did was make the next electric move slightly stronger. Later on, they changed it to it raises the user's special defense by 1 level. It's fascinating. It's actually a pretty fascinating move. Because not only does it make the next electric move stronger, it also makes the Pokemon a little more defensive. Ah! I'm trying not to battle these people, but I keep forgetting where they're placed. Now's not the time to be missing no feet. Wow, that did nothing. Oh dear. Okay, so this little place up here is called Pattern Bush. Now, I want to point out something. The reason why it is called this is because the grass here is in a strange pattern. The pattern varies based on what game you are playing. It shows the interior circuit board of Fire Red or Leaf Green, depending on which version you are playing. It is very interesting that something like this is here. Up ahead is what's called Altering Cave, and unfortunately they never did anything with that area. Because, well, if you live in the States, that is. If you live in the States or Europe, you never had access to them, unfortunately. But anyway, enough detours, let's finish things up here. So back in Kanto, we're heading to Cerulean City. After completing that whole deal with Team Rocket, the way to Cerulean Cave opens up. Or not. I think I need to go... Do I have to go talk to Lorelei? Did I forget something? Fine. Let's go back. Yeah. Fine. We'll do it your way. Ugh. Oh yeah, I guess I forgot to mention this. There is a missable Team Rocket member that sits outside of the Altering Cave. He'll disappear after you clear up the things with Team Rocket, but he'll just be there randomly in front of the Altering Cave. He serves no purpose, but he's just there. It's just a little Easter egg of a member that apparently got lost. Okay, I apparently am missing something here. Oh yeah, that's right. Duh. I'm so dumb. I have his gemstone. I'm supposed to take it to the guy. Whoopsie. I didn't mean to go to island. Oh well. I can just fly to one island now. Or since I'm here, I'll just talk to the guy. So this is the gem that forms a pair with the ruby. Ryu, we've gone through a lot to get this, didn't you? You don't have to tell me, I know it wasn't easy. Thank you so much. Now it's my turn to work for you. Please give me a little time. Okay, this is good. I did it! I linked up with Lynette! Ryu, I did it! I've managed to link up with trainers in the Hoenn region. Finally, the network machine is fully operational. Ryu, I owe it all to you. Thanks to you, my dream came true. I'm not crying. That's enough about me. Ryu, you're going to keep looking for exotic Pokemon, right? I wish you the best of luck. And then you actually get pages for the fame checker with Bill if you go back and talk to him. I know that feeling. He'll say 3 things. There we go. There's the third one. Okay. Now we can go after Mewtwo. And this is the last thing we will be doing in this game. Cerulean Cave. Yep, it's open now. That icon wasn't there before. And considering the Pokemon that dwells within here, it makes sense as to why it would have the Team Rocket base theme. They just changed it to the generic cave music in Let's Go, though. So I also understand that in a way. Wow. Well, this is going to be fun to get through. This place was just changed to Cerulean Cave in later games. It was just known as the Unknown Dungeon in others. Well, that appears to be a dead end. The layout changes based on what game you're playing, and yeah, I tend to get lost in here. There's some really good items around here as well. Now this is what I saved my Master Ball for. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Thank you. Also, for the record, if you want to get Crobat or any other post-game Pokemon that were not in the original decks, now you can. Level 61. Man, the Pokemon in this dungeon are stronger than I thought they were. Question is, am I even going to make it through here in one piece? My word. That's crazy. Nope. This is not the correct way. Ah. While the Max Repel doesn't seem to be stopping Pokemon from appearing, it's keeping some of the more common ones away. Like when there's Golbat, there's Zubat, you know. You know how it is. Also, if you never had a Chansey, this is where you can easily get them. Now, in the original, the Pokemon that appeared here were kind of absurd. Because you would find some Evolution Stone Pokemon, which would be impossible under normal circumstances. I think I found the way. Ah! With the on-par level Pokemon I keep running into, and the fact that Holbein is slow as molasses, it makes it very difficult to flee. That's what dictates whether or not you get away from a Pokemon. And there we go. Yeah. And I'm not going to be around the bush, folks. Yeah, nuts to this. Let's just catch it. Oh my gosh, I caught it! First ball! Alright, we're gonna get out of here. So let's go. I would say go back to Palatown to reflect, but I'm going to go to where the home of my characters in the RP, in my Pokemon RP are, to just kind of end things off for this one. I have it as a point that this island is deserted. Barely any people ever come here. But anyway. So, There you have it.